As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetherite in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using the crystals she stole from the House for Temp's caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint. But if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped. And stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Aethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetherite to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetherite upon arrival. A reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urianger, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution. Which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise. A colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlayan. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap we would welcome her together. I am certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make her way to the northern gates and await her coming. Ah, gotcha. Minfilia, am I right? None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice. Ha! As if I could never say no to Urianger. Moenbryda is an accomplished Charlayan scholar, an authority on Aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for means to capture Ascian souls. Charmed, I'm sure. For an outpost in an aether-rich wasteland, this place is a good deal livelier than I expected. Just goes to show that you never know until you know. Let us return to the Rising Stones at once, then. We have much to discuss. My God, it's been ages! Oh, longer, sister. A joyous reunion indeed. Well, of course it is. Moen and I are like twin sisters. Save in appearance and aptitude. Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who is come from Charlian to assist us. I bid Moenbryda join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into White Auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her. Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be a bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final test than a land so steeped in aether you can't taste it? This plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits, and nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner. Orianger! Where the hell's you been hiding? Hand me. I come all this way and that's what you have to say to me? I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need. Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of circumstance, lest thou doubt the deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid. You still haven't found it, then, your missing aetherite. We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported into an aetherite not far from the first. Yet, even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for our Iceheart sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now, Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva. I'm sorry, but if the Aether has been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics. One of our own bore witness to our escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite. In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing. Truly. How? We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of aether which flow between them. Currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated aether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again. Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of aether? In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of aether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself. I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an attuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult. And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white arasite at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the aether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white arasite cannot retain aether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to the worst, your people won't suffer. Though it risks the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moenbryda's plan. That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice. I don't think I like this plan. I've already informed Alphinaud of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moenbryda described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, Enio, and that I have faith you will return to us, as you always have. Trust in the power of white arasite, Enio, and in me, of course. Good to see you, Enio. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilberd sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Aileen Royal in Ulta even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean to say, the others are waiting for us at the Aetherite. After you, Scion. There! It's ready. Ha! It worked, I think. Try tuning to the Aether right now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. We have done all we can, Enio. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If, by the grace of the 12, you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. I think we're gonna fight Shiva anyway. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. And if she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice. And so, I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Moenbryda's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times calls for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Aymeric. Sir! Sir Aymeric regrets that he could not be here in person, and I ask that I read you to this letter. Isgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. EnioHabev, the warrior of light, savior of Erzia, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Hello bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. There we go. You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind fate. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh, fill this vessel with your light, walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace. So we just have to watch the floor. Let's see how this is gonna go. Here we go, let's do this. We're almost at the end. Ow. That's it? That wasn't too bad. Fool. Blind. Bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand, a pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation and blind to the truth. Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the keeper of the lake, see with eyes unclouded. Do not squander mother's gift. Hear, feel, think. We meet again. And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, Salahabria will be pleased. How unfortunate. 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you are alive. Why wouldn't you be? Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Gravanians are skilled with glamours after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough. I was only asking. If you ask me, there's naught to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the rising stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, you had best pay a visit to Whitebrim Front and speak with Alphinaud. He's probably worried sick about you. That, or he's busy playing at politics with these guardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again soon. There he is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. but not too late to prevent further loss of life. An outcome worthy of celebration, and one for which we have Enio to thank. Yes, you're right, of course, Sir Aymeric. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat. The heretics have been routed. Aye, there is the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drillamont, is the caravan ready? The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the House of Fortem's caravan? Less the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. On an unrelated note, Enio, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? This is not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. Took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him. What were you thinking, Enio? Waging your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that you could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway. And then, engaging the abomination in mortal combat? By the fury, Enio, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side. Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let's move on. Sir Aymeric wished to have words with you and Master Alphenot in private. He awaits us in the intercessory. Okay. On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great Armeni men had the science not intervened. Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Natalan? Ere we first meet, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde. While Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment, which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You, who have faced these primals, know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not until now. And there is not like a brush with death to change a man's outlook. At the very least, they should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with the Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement. So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service. We should be grateful for any aid you can provide. As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere. That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Durania's movements. I see. Once more, I must thank you. Sir Aymeric, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgardsormr could return? The heavens are a window onto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure. But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Isgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests. Choose your next words carefully. Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from a good stock? I did not, yet here I am. Now why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Levillier. Isgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south. We are so glad to be of use to you. As we are to you, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Isgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled. Wise words, Sir Aymeric. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour good relations. Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me. Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence, but we are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Isgard and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future. Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Isgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near as to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Haurchefant, if you be so kind. Certainly. In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained. Sir Aymeric, I cannot thank you enough. Make nothing of it. Isgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald. Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend? It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete appraisal of the primal threat, and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garland Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then, if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Ares that should summon primals, but her civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objections to today's joint campaign would vanish overnight. Where, before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Enio, it is better that we continue this conversation in Mardona. Let's see what conversations each of these characters are having. I do not fault Sir Aymeric for being less than forthcoming with his beliefs. Not even the Highborn are beyond the reach of the Inquisition. True, young leaders can be more amenable to new ideas. Then again, their lack of experience and influence can hinder their ability to enact reforms. There's little fortune and far less fame in being a receptionist, but one must be realistic. Also, it would seem that I was grossly misinformed regarding the average earnings of a street performer. Forgive me, Enio. I thought I had prepared enough meals for everyone, but the others were most hungry. Alright. Our stocks of wine have nearly run dry. That Charlie Ann Scholar is drinking us out of house and home. Okay. What you two do is your own business. Don't say I didn't warn you. Trying to tumble the table now, are we? Don't give up yet, boy. Ida, light him up. Hey, I just gotta say, you're a pretty, you're alright. A sip before practice, a sip after practice, and on all too often, a sip during practice. I do believe Moenbryda is having quite the bad influence on you. Calm yourself, Coltonet. It's just a little sip after practice. Clears out the cobwebs no end. Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Querethas, assuming you are ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul. Master Aloysius' writings makes no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal? As certain as we can be that good King Mogul Mog XII was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned. Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal wielding the power of a primal. It can't be possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special. What qualities this woman possessed, I do know not. but full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination. Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you faced before. Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters. Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Grenadia. Yes, sir. About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction. Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with the eyes unclouded? Midgardsormr was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead, and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardian fears are well founded, it would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgardsormr. I shudder to think how they are all connected. I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgardsormr, given his great age. I dare say he appears in more than a few... You hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss? Enio! 'Tis well that you're on hand. We have a problem. Roelle has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. Displaying she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Roelle quitting the city via the Gate of Nald, with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castor Meridianium, I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilberd and the First are hot upon Roelle's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Bluefog and join the hunt. My thanks for coming, Scion. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Roelle walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not mishear. We have Raubann's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Man for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her. And so, here we are. Roelle must not be allowed to reach Castrum Meridianum. Was that really necessary? I better be compensated for the additional exertion you caused me. This wretch was with Roelle. He threw himself at us with his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down. Not even when we started screaming. No loyalty even to her own. Goddamn harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Or what? Okay. There we go. That was pretty straightforward. Bind her and do it tight. Yes, sir. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. What would you know of low? A spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You take it your God's given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we lowborn its guardians must endure. To noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the Flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Raubahn himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt, and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? It's true that we're both mercenaries of lowly birth, and it's true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If light has taught me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. I joined the Crystal Braves that I might strike a blow against the Empire. Those who cast their lot with Garlemald should expect no better treatment. Not so as much as a hint of remorse. Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our allies more wisely than Raubahn chose his. I have heard truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Raubahn. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the blades watch him and the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultanate to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Severe, one of the East Aldenar trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo, oh Namo. For my sake, pray be a good little sultanate to the last. Captain Ilberd and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of our miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Raubahn, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. Ah, well, I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and apprise Minfilia of all that has happened. I'm aware that the antecedent held Roel in high regard. For better or worse, she'll want to know how this tale ends. Welcome back, my friend. I've already received word from Alphinaud. To think that Flame Marshal Roel was the Garland agent. I know not what to say. Together with Raubahn, Eileen lent us much needed aid at the time of our order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moenbryda, the floor is yours. By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with White Arosite, the miraculous material that will allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of aether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store aether for a short while before expelling its contents. In addition to Orosite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath. Meaning that if you want to kill the swine, we'll have to be so quick about it. 'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure aether. The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much aether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing. Our sole clue lied in thy struggle with Lahabria. During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of aether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as Lahabrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when next we encounter such a foe. Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of aether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion. That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of aether. Whence will it come, pray tell? What if he had two pieces of white arosite? One to trap the Ascian and the other to store the aether for the blade. Nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold aether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then. Sorry to say. And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose. Would seem more research is in order. I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the Arosite. And I could do so with some help. Or younger, why didn't you lend me a hand? Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia had given me sole charge at the premises. It would be unseemly to leave them unattended. Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you. Is there anything romantic happening between the two of them? While you were afield, word arrived from the Charlian motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at Isle of Al. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the isle has been erased from existence. It was as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality. Aye, yet the mystery ended not with the isle's disappearance. It had come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture. What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldizion. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining, as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence. All indications suggest Ashen involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the dark beings call the one true God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryle regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Al's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery. Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. You'd think that it came from Roel, my right hand. There is more. We have reason to believe that Roel didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Meteor Project, Solus Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the law reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions in which Roel played a part. Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of the decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon. Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me that the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why? The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerged to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume this war of conquest in earnest. But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Von Balzar's actions were premature, one who stood higher in the Imperial's army's chain of command. He ordered the legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Von Balzar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Olda prior to the calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts. A man who outranks Von Balzar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garland Army, now known as Emperor Varisos Galvus. So he was Roel's true master. But one of several, in actual fact. We've learned that even as Roel served the Empire's interest, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from the war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were. Seven hells. You mean to say that she was a double agent? Triple. If you consider her services to Van Balzar and the new emperor as separate. As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Rail must be made to reveal whose it is. Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger. Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back. I know that full well. Those closest to Royal have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her. General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them. All will be treated fairly, on that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear. You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is a poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave. All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Roel? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give not in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum. Your crimes will not go unpunished. On one day I will purge this land of your sickness. Before the eyes of the 12, I swear it. A little late to that scream. I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chamber shall remain private for long. Has the situation grown so grim? Ever since he proposed the Cardinal Reclamation Bill, Telegiability has risen to a greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves. If this bickering is a threat to law and order, you might not have grounds to dissolve the syndicate. Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds. A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power, while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole. And the presence of a guardian agent within the immortal flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Raubahn. Eorzea can ill afford for the immortal flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze towards our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah. The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the syndicate that must be dissolved. Nay, you jest. My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Raubahn to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah. Your Grace, are you certain of this? There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalist and monetarist shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Raubahn, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled in for me in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects. I am most eager to address the Ashen threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Isgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True. We are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in return. Enio, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Telegi Adeligi and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Raubahn needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be for the best if I were to remain in Ul'dah. Unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Moenbryda's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I'm not familiar with the details. Orianger is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Enio, while we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Alfin out and his braves with theirs? It would do much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Real's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others which kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ul'dah riots. When you're finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Looks familiar. Pleasure as always, Enio. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it. Actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for his benefit. Right, then. Me and mine been making inquiries into the source of the weapons what found their ways into refugee hands a way back. So happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketer holed up near Highbridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant what caught an arrow while talking to Enio, don't it? Generous fellow, he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods. Savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Enio? Why not? Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilberd at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. Hello, Enio. Are you sleeping well? You must be absolutely exhausted from saving the realm on a daily basis. The game self-aware? Or a fourth wall break? I love it. Don't keep Captain Ilberd waiting for you too long, mate. You might have started to weed out ye. Ever since Moenbryda arrived, the Rising Stones has been buzzing with excited energy. I must admit, her enthusiasm is rather contagious. I'm familiar with the dishes of the lands to the north. Perhaps once Moenbryda has concluded her current research, she might deign to share with me her current culinary knowledge. Moenbryda has charged us with acquiring some rather esoteric manuscripts, but I'm afraid the task is proving to be nigh impossible. When the City of Learning was abandoned, a great many tomes were scattered and lost. How smoothly our research might proceed were we able to peruse the archives of yesteryear. We needed a rare ore to modify the White Earth site, and Thancred solved the problem using only his link pearl. I mean, it's great and everything, but where's the fun in that? When one is in need of precious commodities, it helps to have friends in the right places. Fortunately, I am well acquainted with the charming daughter of a successful old and import merchant. Oh, Thancred, don't change. These two have been telling me stories about the corrupted crystal formations that appeared following the calamity. I'll need more data before I can draw a conclusion, but I'm intrigued by the potential of their untapped energies. We were but stripling adventurers the night we saw fire rain from the sky and a pillar of light scorch the heavens. What a sight that was, eh, Cultinet? Hori and I were in eastern Thailand when the colossal shards of Dalamud pierced the ground. We stood witness to the subsequent explosion of aether and watched dumbfounded as the swirling energy solidified into those twisted crystal structures that we know now as well. Ah, Enio, my scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer. It would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a man of your standing, and Commander Leverlier needn't have you dispatched hither. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, it is only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients not escape. With me, Enio. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the Black Marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Who goes there? An adventurer? Damn fool, you should never have come here. Oh, just a cutscene, okay. I don't understand. What's this all about? Girl! As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. But before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard, and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Liverly will be most disappointed. Damn it all, a golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slip past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of dusk-white sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the Immortal Flames or the Brass Blades. Alas, we are here to aid them. They are in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information received indicated a massive shipment. And this is anything but. I will join the first on their hunt for the dusk-white sellswords. If the guards are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Olda in my stead. Entrust them to the third Yuhase. He will take care of the rest. Why, Enio, this is a surprise. Resh wished for me to thank you for helping us to rescue her from Custom Sentry. How fortunate that we could meet again so soon. See? A nice attention to detail game. I love it. Did you hear, my friend? I received my first official assignment as a full-fledged member of the Crystal Braves. Okay. Ah, the Warrior of Light. Ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Coertas. Now, what brings you to us this day? The gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilberd, you say? Understood. Once we've cataloged the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Riel stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly, Riel is unfamiliar with the ways of olden merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There will be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the cerulean processing plant. Time for the fourth turn their keep, eh? Fight well, Alien, for the freedom of all! Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. Enio, a word if it please ye. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time. Don't ye worry. Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and the bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. These Duskwites they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw him yourself. Not before the fighting started, and not after? Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boast. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books, or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking gill from that wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days, the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I have a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, let's get back to it. Enio, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you're able. Thank you for coming so quickly, Enio. You're welcome. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady, by all indications. Our guest is with the antecedent in the Solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? This is no time for idle chatter. Yes, there is time for some idle chatter. There is time. Unexpected tidings from the north, borne by the Lord Commander II. What manner of wind bloweth these day? At this point, it would be more nerving if he spoke plainly. Good of you to join us. We have much to discuss. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met. We have. I'd hoped to speak with Commander Livelier as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import. You see now why I had Tataru summon you. Now that we are all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us. The Observatorium's astrologers have sounded the alarm. Last night, the dragon star burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Renanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silver Tier Skies. The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the worm's lord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all. The old Querton rhyme, aye. The brightening of the dragon star is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgardsormr himself who cried out on this occasion. After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth untwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day. Orianger has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragon Star portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the domains reported aught of the ordinary? Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgardsormr had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in the Revenant's Toll? Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that the Great Worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgardsormr. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Aymeric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept? We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare. To prepare for what? Pray tell. When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle. Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Orianger stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius von Bielzar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eruzia's aid that day, with Garzamir, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm failed countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship Ceruleum engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing aether for miles around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Aymeric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done, and precious little time to do it. I wonder, is this the dungeon? You're in luck, sir. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Custom Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need for spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then. The East Guardians honestly fear that the worm might arise again. Well, from here that seems rather unlikely, but if it's assurances they want, you have no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They are sure to fire upon an airship, so I advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. That looks interesting. Whew. Nice job. Okay. By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star, my people have heard the song, Isgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget, we do not forgive. Seven children did I sire, one now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal, yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee. It just happened. Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing. Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more. Huh? The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and then start mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heralded a beginning and an end. You may summon Midgarzamir by selecting the corresponding entry within your minion guide under the menu. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? But you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Often I've left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. 12 saved me. Is it coming? What should we do? Oh, he's not? Have you spoken to Commander Livriel yet? He's been pacing again. That Lady Knight from Ishgard cuts quite a gallant figure, doesn't she? Considering the sudden arrival of foreign envoys and the like, preparing suitable meals at the Rising Stones can prove to be an interesting challenge. We were able to locate those elusive manuscripts in the archives of the Thaumaturgus Guild. I've not spoken much with the new guild masters, but thankfully they were quite willing to accommodate us in our search. Though it may seem tedious when compared with the smiting of terrible foes, poring over scrumbling scrolls is one of a scion's most important duties. Without the illumination of knowledge, we but vainly flail at specters in the dark. In hindsight, mayhap sending a lady in my state was not the wisest of decisions. Ignore my ramblings. I've traveled to Ulda to meet with Tancred's friend, the one who promised us that rare ore. She began cursing me with words I've only heard from the mouths of pirates. I still have no idea what she was so angry about. I'm pushing ahead with my research as quickly as I dare. The next time you face an Ascian, I would have you fight with the proper weapon in hand. I must confess, the relationship between those crystal formations and the destruction of the Ascians quite escapes me. Professor Lambertine has published a thorough study on corrupted crystals and their properties. I highly recommend you procure yourself a copy of his work. Truth interpreted is truth transformed. Today's heroes may yet become tomorrow's gods. or something else. Welcome home, Enio. Alfinaud was sworn sick about you. Why don't you go and set his mind at ease? Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Minfili informed me of Sir Aymeric's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it. Then I would hear your report. You converse with Midgarzimir. I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Wormlord did not perish, as has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection and more a rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly, an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Aymeric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Mirgazargamir in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Aymric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Is there something you're not telling us, Enio? You seem different, somehow. It's almost as if you're missing something. Something important. For fiend, Midgarzimir stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you alright? How do you feel? I see. It's a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgarzimir made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertail Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the great worm. Altuk and Nemea, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgarzimir ever watch over the source, from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Hydaelyn herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves, as we do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Art thou a pawn or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? Oh, he's the Batman in this game then. My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Worm Lord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Halone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared. And it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Duranians are coming. I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Duranian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force? Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wars to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect that Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon. Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced? The Asgardians have warred with the Duranians for centuries. Nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Asgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgardsormr who roared, a call to arms at one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are unfounded. Ere I forget, I believe Moenbryda has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Asgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful. Because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we? Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking, I thought it'd be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough. Well, don't keep us all in suspense. Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that White Auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly. Which left the small matter of their extermination. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst or blade of purest aether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon. Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much aether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work. So, we'll just have to make the densest blade we can, and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of aether. Hang on a minute, what did we think of this before? White Auracite can hold an absolute heap of aether, can't it? Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, I feel as though I'm I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that White Auracite cannot store aether for long periods? Being intangible matter, aether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you don't forget. Do not forget. Right, yes, it's all coming back to me. So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? Well, they are certainly reliable. They leave something to be desired in the area of portability. Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentans went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ashen soul, or still more? I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around on the off chance that an Ashen appears. That's the very problem we set out to solve, and I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the Aether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land. If you mean to tap the great river of Aether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona. Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains Aether, and we can help ourselves to it. While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment. But what if we don't need them to be? What if you could tap their power from afar? A mile away, say. If you could do that, we'd have ready access to Aether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I have yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads. If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely. I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So, with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within splitting distance of quite so much Aether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one? May I suggest northern Thauland? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area. Has something happened? Movement has been observed at Castor Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum Sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the Cerulean processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Ashens will next appear. Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, Aymeric. Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alphinaud. We could hardly refuse you. Pray join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Tancred and Pampalumo shall accompany you. Ida and Istola, in the meantime, I would have you assist Moenbryda. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated. If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white aurosite. Thank you, Orianker. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well and be safe. For a small organization, we certainly chew through a prodigious amount of foodstuffs. Perhaps I should put a lock on the larder door. We do seem to be running low on provisions. I believe an excursion to the marketplace is in order. I see that the Scions once more ready themselves for the road. I, too, must make preparations for an absence from the Rising Stones. It seems that you have barely arrived before you must once more plunge into the fray. Duties and an unforgiving mistress, eh? Though the tasks we tackle are not like to be as realm-shaking, Coltonet and I must also heed her call. Hori was most eager to join you in the front lines of battle. But, as fate would have it, the antecedent had other plans for our talents. It would seem that the events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish that otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The fort have already deployed to the area, and await the arrival of the Scions. Wildred will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilberd at headquarters in Olda. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Your duties take you to Northern Thailand, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamine travels to Olda, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall. How extraordinary that my little Achilles is involved in such a far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side, not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections. But I fear that Olda has become a place of danger, even for one so familiar with her streets. Bah! Woe betide the black guard that so much as glares in your direction, my lady. I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way, then? Commander Livelier sent word that you'll be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalja. But returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Raubah's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing: getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it'll be welcome tidings. Alright, let's continue. Lieutenant Habev! My soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we sit a while in reminiscence about old times, but I fear that more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices. Devices of Imperial design, no less. By my order, the Flames stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army. I would once again ask for your aid. We've been keeping a close eye on that Guardian garrison. It would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the castle are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of our resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They have decided to take the field to meet this assault head-on. I've apprised your fellow Scions of the situation, and I'm heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pay report to Lieutenant Alian, and lend your much welcome strength to the counter-offensive. Right then, that's the time to see if all this training has paid off. Ralgir, guide my blade. Be it a squad of soldiers or some Magitech monstrosity, I shall allow no foe to harm the lovely Moenbryda. Now that is an impressive piece of steel. Have you ever seen Moen swing her axe? Swipe, slice, cleave. There's really no stopping her. Isn't it a beauty? A lady merchant Irvin Stoll simply gave it to me. Said she was investing in the future or some such. Glad to have you with us, Enio. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castamir Danum. Their main column assembles to the north near Dalamud's Talons. But we have also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilberd! Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bids you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the fort should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The third was getting restless holed up in Olda. So I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plan's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. The reinforcements are welcome. We have enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye, it would be best to avoid a staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scion shall join the fort and give battle to this main column. You're with the third then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. And you're ready to proceed. Report to Lieutenant Yuhase. His scouts should have a rough idea with where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and our victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads. The better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground, and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I have assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. Aye, this will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that to mean that between us, more than a few Guardians won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I will be a happy man if I never have to tussle with another of these Magitech horrors. It's time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the fort and let Lieutenant Alien know the west is now clear. I would appreciate if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Lieutenant Habib, what news of the Garleans? They've been eliminated. The raiding parties are no more, then. Excellent. The Imagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. You must be anxious for word for your fellows. Lieutenant Alien has reported a sound victory over the main column, and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Reunion lady with the large axe? It would appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what tasks keep her from returning to civilization, but Northern Thailand is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sword such as her. I will certainly feel better about things if you would check in on her before you continue on your way. Hold on. I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my own... So I gave it a taste of my axe. I know. As our younger never tires of reminding me, an axe ale become at the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's strange, but the world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough aether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for aether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet. But I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do. He senses me. A useful talent. An Ashian? Are they onto us? By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Charlian. Keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth, meddler. I don't know what the hells you are saying, but I don't much like your tone. Your instincts serve you well, but come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriels. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of Lahabria that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work. To settle down, you must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh dear, could it be that the frail Hydaline has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zordiark's right hand. What did that bastard want with us? You see, Nabriels, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh gods, he means Topsimati, Master Loizok's staff. Minfilia is in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones. You're here! Master Loizok's staff is kept in the cellar, isn't it? Quickly, now! You two. So you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry. What do you mean? You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Illidibus and Lahabria. Being of this world, they would come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining. Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Alaval, the scholars, all of it. You will not harm her. Moenbryda! Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget, my words fall upon deaf ears. The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it? What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? That staff, Tupsimati, or rather, the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of aether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Loizo was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of aether. Even a child knows that. If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it. Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with this staff, I will take you too. After them! Quickly, before the rift closes! The chrysalis. Forget about me! Go! Here we go. First time. Don't use the LB. I don't know what that means. There we go. Nice. Yeah, we did it. Sometimes you just go with the flow. You're safe. Thank the 12. You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again, and again. Eventually, you will falter and the staff will be mine. Until next time, Scions. There will be no next time. This is the end. What? What trickery is this? No. No, you cannot. No. Use Tupsimati to gather Aether. Quickly, before he breaks free. Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down Lahabria with the blade of light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light? Damn it. So much Aether, and it still isn't enough. Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence! Please, Mother Hydaline, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you? If only we had a bit more Aether. Moenbryda, what are you doing? Mr. Loizoi, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Arianger, you daft old coot. What? No, it cannot end. I am eternal. I am immortal. Moenbryda, she's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ashen is dead. At a price. This device is a legacy of Moenbryda's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping. Tilia, are you alright? I am. We were surveying northern Thailand when we received this distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able. It seems you have everything in hand, however. What happened here? Where is Moenbryda? She gave her life to temper the blade of light. I have no words. Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands. Does Oryanger know? My friend, there is something I must tell you. I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heralded the coming of a new day. Moenbryda had fulfilled her destiny, had she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlian motherland, Moenbryda and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Loizo. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existed to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which ensured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing and journeyed hither to the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlian behind, Master Loizo gave no word to signal his intent to Moenbryda. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe, torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered, and the man who forsook her and his duty both. The Loizo I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own. This I know full well, my lady. Thus not for want of love that Master Loizo hid his intent. He but desired that Moenbryda discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Loizo's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved, and now she had gone to her rest with doubt still in her heart. Speaketh thou in earnest? Did Moenbryda truly come to understand Master Loizo's will before the end? The realization had set her free. She may now find the peace which had for so long eluded her. Oh, Moenbryda, my dearest, how I shall miss thee. Moenbryda gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue your work on the Blade of Aether and see it to completion. My lady, I would mourn Moenbryda in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands. Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us. Shame. Our list of grievances against the Ashes was already overlong. Must they continue to add to it? She was counting on the theory that a soul's aether burns brightest at the moment of his passing. A scholar until the very end. Would we had arrived a few moments sooner? Just a few moments. Oh, Moen, I wish you so much already. Never have I seen Oryanger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in a Sharlayan manner to celebrate Moenbryda's life, and mourn her passing. As Moenbryda was a native of Sharlayan, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? It's a monument found in Rutherfrost, and is sacred to Taliak, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There shall we pray for our dear friend's soul, and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Forgive me, Moenbryda. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last. Life for debt, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck. The rising stones feel somehow colder. Moenbryda always carried with her such an abundance of warmth and cheer. We must find some means of protecting ourselves from Ashen intrusions. There must be a way. I don't feel much like talking at the moment. If you could just give me some time. I loathe to see Ida in such pain, but I have not the words to comfort her. Can you imagine it? I, Papalumo, the one who has an liquid comment for every situation, I'm at a loss for words. As one age ended, another doth arise. So do our struggles wax and wane. What wilt thou ask of me? I have not the tears to fill this chasm of despair and grief. My breast is rent in twain, a gaping wound that runneth crosswise to scar Master Loisa's loss. Pray leave me to mine agony, my friend. Mayhaps time's gentle passage shall ease at its jagged sting. Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as antecedent, it's my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief you feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Enio? It's as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Loizo, Moenbryda, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need to remind you of this, of course. This for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Enio. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. A victory won, a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on, towards the light of a new day. Have you a moment, Enio? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moenbryda's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Hey, it's Enio! Great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moen would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much! I'll be waiting for you. And the daisy at Riderfrost. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade? Hey, they got you running errands now? Them sires really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending the savior rails to the breeding market. Fine, use your time, that is. Seriously though, you best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking at the Chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The Moon Daisy, was it? Here, then. Take it. Until that Ida lasts, I got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. Gods knows she needs to. Ugh, Rowena can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my advisor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just to find the way it is, she says it again. And then again. And then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Moenbryda loved these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her. I'll never forget you, Moen. None of us will. The song risit to a crescendo. Is that what I think it is? Hello, can you hear me? We have received great tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once. We shall press onwards, as we have always done. I will not squander the sacrifices of our fallen friends by surrendering to a paralysis born of fear. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moenbryda's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Quertas will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. The envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me at such a short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries, if I may. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians? Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago. Then battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Aymeric himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. You will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcement you seek, then. We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Aymeric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well, I shall depart for Quertas at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Bridge is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the Grand Companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the Grand Companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Aymeric's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request. A personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgarsimir and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. Would seem the roads lead us both to Count Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Enio. The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution. It seems I was the swifter, Enio. You too, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. Mark the nervous glances our friends share. The dragons have attacked, yes, but something else has occurred. Something unexpected. Let us question the knights here before we proceed. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. Heretic scum! How dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. We need not fret overmuch. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from an invasion. Mother will be fine. It would seem the heretic struck the first and most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. Apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates, and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of our followers. Excuse me. Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders, and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Aymeric awaits you. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid, and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Harshiphon will know where Sir Aymeric means to receive us. Ray asked Lord Harshiphon to direct us to the meeting place when you are ready. It is reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. But you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived, and would treat with you in the intercessory. Ishgard's future hangs in the balance. If the city's salvation rests on our resistance, I cannot well withhold it. Even so, I mean to make Sir Aymeric sweat for his reinforcements. On this occasion, feigned disinterest may serve the cause of Eorzean unity better than naked philanthropy. Come, let us find out what concessions the Holy See is willing to make. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphinaud, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post in Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. An impressive title, though I confess. I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors, all. Yet even among such masters of the Aeons, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dervanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So, you are the adventurer of whom they spoke. I see now why my blood fair sang in anticipation of our meeting. Well, now that we've all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dervanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history. Though once defeated by the Hero of Haldrat, the beast is said to have terrorized Querta since Ishgard's founding. Aye. Many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldra plucked from the beast-bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But those stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics. The dragons are another matter. They are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength, though the endless march of years the dragons endure. Patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber, only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain, though we know the heretics covet the eye. We have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. There's a weakness the Dervanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem you have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander. Yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dervania. When the heirs in Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dervania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Quertas would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Guardian's arrival, that is, for you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Quertas. They would not even have to draw steel. An Imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Very well. We will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar, allow me, Sir Aymeric. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you. And the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg. Aye. He means to hurl his horde against Dunifen's collar and shatter the remaining wards to protect the city. There can be no doubt the worm has summoned his minions to war. Okay. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Aymeric was more ruthless in his negotiations than I anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Oh, the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders. I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. I am painfully aware of the hypocrisy of our request and the self-inflicted nature of our predicament. But should it serve to deliver my people from their unkind fate, gladly shall I bow my head and beg for the aid. I expect, nay, welcome the coming storm of scorn and disdain. Nidhogg, he is the source of our suffering. If you do not fell the worm, these endless clashes count for naught. If we are to aid these guardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent. Considering recent history, will there be any amongst the Alliance willing to aid the Holy See? Ishgard has few friends at the bargaining table. If you're looking for the Scions, they already left for the Alliance nations. I do hope Ishgard will be saved. Though I have never seen one myself, it is said that dragons lair just beyond the borders of my homeland. Should events take a turn for the worse, we are fortunate this settlement is such a popular crossroad for so many veteran adventurers. The town has been calm through all this talk of war, but if those dragons come to Ravenstoll, there will be a panic aplenty, I'd wager. Off and out. It is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned? Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report. So this was all but a taste of what's to come. Indeed, the main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak, whose vaunted defenses have been nullified. Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Didhog's fury. All those people. Alphinaud is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Erzea will suffer the consequences. Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard. Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We will be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save. Then it is settled. I shall inform the council of our intentions, and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard. Let's go! I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge the Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. So the small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alphinaud. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Ravenstoll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Quertas. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Very brief slapborn on the brewing conflict, and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. First time we actually had to get Tataru with us. It's impossible to predict how many will rally to Ishgard's call for reinforcements. I do not envy those responsible for planning the city's defense. So, Minfilia has committed the science to Ishgard's cause, has she? Though she makes her pronouncements with unshakable confidence, I can only imagine how agonizing it was for her to arrive at this decision. So many lives at stake. The threat of war sows panic and confusion, and routine tasks can offer a calming stability, being sure the larder is properly stocked, for instance. We are rather close to Quertas, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Enio. I have 101 things to discuss with Slapboard. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Quertas, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary, as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for running up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess. But that ain't what I wanted to talk to ye about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wildred was there with the fort that day. And I want to know if ye seen him since, have ye? God damn it. I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wildred stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ulta. So now, of course, half the Braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's disciplined a fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only things that bind us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in his crew, Wildred is a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled upon. And I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wildred. Any road, you got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing ye, Enio. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? I'm not sure I like the sound of this siege. Those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's Toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? Sell me blade to these guardians? Well, then dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I worked for one of the knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk, he did. Still, I put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddle behind an icy wall. Then you are, Enio. So, did you sway any hearts? One or two, eh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4. Not including Slapborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant Tolls veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Oh, I've been so caught up in recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alfinaud. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight. And they requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you best make your way to Ul'dah. You'll be late. Alfinaud said he would meet you in the Royal Promenade. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I'd hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we? We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment. Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention. Ul'dah has none. Grenadier does not object. The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alfinaud. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success. It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means. Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but 2 of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege. We dare not leave our interest in Cardinal undefended as well. Telegi and Adeleji and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence. The enemy is at their gates, and you would cover behind yours? No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can. Aye, support. A handful of men, and no more. Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work. Ah, yes, the free companies. They're not like to turn you down. I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man. My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table. Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words. I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a distribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Ulda to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace? Yes, of course. Do what you will. Is Her Grace not feeling well? To the best of my knowledge, His Grace is in perfect health. I see. Carry on. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Haurchefant and Sir Aymeric to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Captain Ilberd, what news? Then the assault is begun? We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces in position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Enio, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Fate. Report first to Sir Marceline at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. You are the appointed captain of the Sellsword contingent? Then welcome! There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I have assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The Wily Serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Fate and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me at once. Report back to me at once. Their advanced skirmishers are slain. That's it? Yes. That wasn't too bad. But news, adventurer. The reinforcements. Decimated, you say? Dravanian devils. Damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, sir. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Steps of Fate. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the Gates of Judgment lie the Steps of Fate, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danivint's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the Steps of Fate. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. All now rests to us. All now rests on us, adventurer. Lead your comrades out onto the steps of fate and prepare to meet the Horde. May the fury guide your blades. Ooh. Here comes the big baddie himself. Almost there. Okay. That's it? That was straightforward. That wasn't too bad. The dragons, they are withdrawing. Victory is ours. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter. I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. Enio, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Liberlier, Enio, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and they are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. I too would offer my thanks, Enio. Through your deeds, we have achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Duranian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And, mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when the Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians, and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. There's a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, will take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilberd back to Ul'dah and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Mephilia in person. Enio! Welcome back! Alfinaud sent word of the siege, and, of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Enio. Thank you. You must be wary, Enio. And now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent! A messenger from Ulda arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Erzin Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Olnamo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ulda in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege. You, for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Erzin Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moenbryda, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I have never known Tataru to sigh at such request. Could aught be amiss? Witness the scene over yonder. Such is the fate of he who would toy with women's hearts. Let us see how Tancred's silver tongue wags his way out of this one. In Doma, fidelity is a highly prized virtue. Perhaps there is a difference in our culture, but this situation lies outside my comprehension. Our primal shackles its faithful with the bonds of eternal devotion, but I fear the power Tancred wields over his admirers is rather more fickle. Especially when each realizes she is not the sole object of his affection. Do we not have more pressing matters to attend to? Oh gods, make it stop, my side's about to burst. Why don't we leave these others to their squabbling, He said that I was his favorite muse. Yo, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Mephilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, I'm glad we had this little chat. My mind is made up. Yes, Tataru, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, with all the recent excitement, but Enio made me realize that there's no time like the present. And time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest. Whoop. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. Okay. You know me too well, antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. There we go. Yeah, I missed a little bit of the cutscene right there, so we're gonna continue right now. Here we go. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. You don't say, Tataru. Even Hoary Boulder and Coltonet have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems that only right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself, and others more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Congratulations, Tataru. I'm not saying this with sarcasm at all. Whoa, hey! That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. Never seen Mr. Taro so determined. As aught befell with which I might help, antecedent? Ah, not a present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh, yes. Pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol, and I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well. I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I'm able. My thanks, antecedent. I take my leave of you. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I'm sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now, I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, that escort duty is frankly beneath a man of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Yes. Generous to a fault. I thank you, Enio. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars who travel around Eorzea taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employers' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hoary Boulder and Coltonet were to act as two such escorts, as was a third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty. Hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You truly are a pillar of strength, Enio. Hoary Boulder will share you with the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. I had no idea that you'd be assisting us personally, Enio. My sincerest apologies for dragging you into our affairs. Another storm has come and gone. These moments of peace never last long, though, do they? Ah, Enio, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coltonet? Our misfortune has become a blessing. An opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light himself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by moms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Enio, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Enio, in spirit, we shall be together every step of the way. I hope this is not too bad. At last, the Scion's man deigns to grace me with his presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Izumhar. Come, we are late enough as it is. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions? Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. I see we have both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome. Though if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Molt awaits, shall we? Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I'm not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We had one more site to survey. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure our safety. This data should prove invaluable to... Ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of Damantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. You chose to paddle in the Ichor a while longer, I take it? No matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorz's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's fount. The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now come along! You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. Who's gonna attack this time? Oh, cutscene. Yes. Quite high, yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th Astral Era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else? Something else. Scion, come here. I need you. Who is that? What the heck happened here? Fear not, my friends. Help has arrived. There you are, Enio. Quarry and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Gutted like a hog, but not by one. No, these wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of any crystal babe operations in this area. What cause had Wildred to come here? What should we do? We will see to the scholars' protection, Enio. I and the boys remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. Enio, you are returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort Chafe so? Wildred? Dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I will send word to Alfinaud at once. He'll want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wildred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this? And why? The power to defend oneself. Tataru has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Orianger mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Lims Elemenza? Yes, that'll be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I'm not alone in my concern for her safety. Enio, what are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here. Don't you see? I, the Taru, shall become a great and powerful arcanist. And now, at Mistress Tob Graham's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise. Until we meet again. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. Do you require assistance? We already met. So, you are acquainted with our newest member. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited to the study of Arcanima. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all Arcanists are expected to complete. A thought occurs to me. Why not supervise Tataru's training? You are clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. Her trial will be conducted at the cliffs south of the Ziffer Gate. You need only observe at a distance. Oh, whereas Razie's to Pirate's Port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught came the lass whom none could fool. Beat him with a backdraft, got him with a gust, deck him with a downburst. Go, Carbuncle, go! Oh, are those crates I spy? And this must be the true test. But we are ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Carbuncle? Whoa, come back! I should have known you'd come, Enio. You need say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle, left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Miss Tobiarium of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. Ah, back so soon. How fared our fledgling arcanist? Alright, let's continue. Let's continue. Abysmally, Mistress Tubirgim. Abysmally, as Enio will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist. Wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified. And I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru. If that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You are too kind, Mistress Tubirgim. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the Drowning Wench told me to look. There is a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore. One which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures. And since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. Fortune, I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. I'm getting deja vu right now. Alright. What do you got, Tataru? What do you got? Well fought, Enio. Well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize. A bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Flahamine waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the Scions in the limits and markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent, and tell her that she'd need to worry about me. Farewell, Enio, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Welcome home. Enio, I gather you found Tataru and Limza Lemenza? My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure. And while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. Though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. We are come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard. The first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean Alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voice in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dervanians and Ashians both, against desperate odds. We have fought and won. But the Primals still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation. And our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies, broken on the steps of fate. And before our eyes, in this very room, our dear friend, Moenbryda. This is the victory I have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front, that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ulda, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Unlamin a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Off to the big soiree, Enio? Raise a glass from me, eh? Or not? You don't look best pleased, lad. Something in your mind? By the Navigator, Wildred's dead? That's damn it. They must know they've been rumbled. I mean, sod it. This past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from. So I had to dig around on the quiet. And sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the Braves' coffers courtesy of a Dodo Consortium. A daft name for a business if I ever heard of one. Which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us off for the amateurs we are, short of calling one of his businesses the bloody bribery consortium. I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. The gods only know how many men of the first and third are taking Intellige's coin. But now we know as some of them are. I'd wager me right eye they're the ones what did for Wildred. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions, bound to attract attention. He was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. God damn me. Still, I don't see what Telegy hopes to accomplish. He hid his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing into the wind. No, he's cleverer than this. So we need to be clever too. That's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that you have my word, me word. And Enio, mind yourself when you're in Olda, eh? We're heading into a storm. I can smell it. The kind what will sweep a man overboard and drag him under for he knows it. If I did not know better, I should think our bard had run afoul of another jilted lover. Is that? No, just my imagination. Oh, pay no attention to me. That's a habit from my misspent youth, looking over my shoulder from time to time. It's a banquet, so there'll definitely be food. But will there also be dancing? And if there is, will it be before or after the food? Dancing in a full stomach is no fun, but neither is being hungry. What to do? I do hope Ida is not under the impression that we are here to make merry. We are ostensibly the antecedents escort, after all. We've been waiting for you, Enio. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I'd hoped that we might make our introductions together, but Mr. Momody has just sent word that you are needed at the quicksand. We will go on ahead, Enio. Pray join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momody, and let her know that I will call upon her anon. I appreciate you dropping in on such a short notice, Enio. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Alian, aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came around for a meal not long ago, and before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the coffin. There's something I must show you. A short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food. 2. Under other circumstances, I'd have thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to confess her undying love. As you stand up on the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon, the ghosts of comrades, lost and enemies slain, begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Lifting your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Alian. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Kikirn and the buzzing of serpents, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head only to notice the vial lying at your feet. Enio, is that you? What brings you out this way? Lieutenant Alian? Why, no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We are to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand? Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? Interesting. Was this just a diversion? You should be with the other honored guest, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Aye, pray return to Olda, Enio. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I will tell her you were here. This is already sending red flags. I think other players that saw this for the first time would agree also. Something's up. Oh, Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ol has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do. The mystery continues. Oh, Laurentius, you're still there. Why are you still there? Gods, I envy you. All that food and wine. But I cannot think of a man more deserving. Enjoy the feast, Enio. You've earned it. There's something you're not telling us. I reckon you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Alian. What's the matter? No appetite, so she wasn't there. But this was, eh? Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist's vial. But beyond that, I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Any road, no use worrying about Alian. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long. And when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you got more important things to think about. Would you believe that? While you were away, another message arrived for you. Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultan's handmaiden, no less. Seems Her Grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you in the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultan's chambers. So what are you waiting for? Go on, then. Go. You needn't trouble yourself, so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am. Something's up. Everyone looks to be in high spirits. With good cause. A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea. Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Aymeric would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. but I have faith that we'll find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom, we will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious. Thank you for coming, sir. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it. Or, if you are ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith. Upon proceeding to the Sultana's bedchambers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okay. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Oh, something important really happens here. Even the game is telling you, yes, it's very important. This is about an hour long. An hour. This is an hour long. There's no way I can back out now.